We're good to go. Let's just go ahead and put this up for the time being, and we'll switch over to something a little more thematic later on. But let's get it going. Hello everyone. Hi. Happy Choomsday. Hope the week has been good. Hope it's off to a good start. Hope you're all taking good care of yourselves. I should say my bitrate is really bad, even though the number is not. Which, what you talking about? I don't know. I guess it's just one of those days. Honestly, I feel that. But hello, everyone. Hello. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Mage. Hope you're rested up after the weekend. Welcome in. Usually the weekend is for resting, but sometimes it do be like that. Hello, Standing. Tuesday has been interesting. I suppose it wasn't so much that Tuesday was bad. Last night was kind of rough. Last night was kind of a lot. Not at all. That's fair. That's understandable. Well, hopefully you can sneak a little rest in there. No more late night deadlock until you're properly rested. Which really might mean you're never playing Deadlock again, but you know what? Sometimes you have to make sacrifices. I don't know. I was watching a bunch of icons on the left of the screen. Where? Oh. Oh. No, that's VTube Studio. Why is that? One moment. Okay, you guys are just gonna see. Alright, we're going back. Okay, that does remind me, just a quick up top, I haven't really been using them that much lately, but I disabled the item throwing for tonight, just because it was connecting properly, but OBS was not picking it up, right? Like the throwing system would throw the thing, and my model would react to it, and all the sounds and everything would play, but no object would show up on OBS. So I was fussing around with that right before the stream, which is part of why we're a little bit late. But yeah, it couldn't work, and I think I just had a second copy of VTube Studio, which is where the buttons and such were coming from. I'm surprised you could spot that. That was coming in like super transparent. Surprised I could function in a game Sunday with how it felt like the brain was you unlock that like hidden potential that only comes when your conscious gives way to your id. It's like being a drunk kung fu master, except being tired. The good news is, so I did update OBS, I updated, mixed it up, but I checked the logs on OBS, and the crash on Saturday occurred when a device disconnected. So I am mostly sure that what happened was the monitor blipped out, and OBS didn't know how to like reconfigure itself, or it lost the read of the connection to the monitor, and it just it shat itself. So I swapped around the plugs. So the Traveler is using the good plug. So we'll see if anything keeps happening, but I think it should be resolved now. Hopefully so. 3 days of Magic tournaments, I didn't feel like you had a weekend. Yeah. I mean, you were busy. You were doing a lot. That's understandable. Um, I don't know. I was thinking about it a lot last night. I was watching a couple of videos. Um, one of them was an interesting discussion that Josh was having with his community about loneliness, and wasn't really like offering, here are ways to combat loneliness, or here are ways to sort of open yourself up. A lot of it was more sort of talking about expectations of social interactions and how to sort of not behave, but how to more sort of realistically expect social interaction to go, and have realistic expectations on what you have to do to make those things happen. And I don't know, it got me thinking a lot. It got me thinking a lot about sort of what I'm doing and how I conduct myself and how I treat others. And it was just a lot of processing last night. And then to just top it all off, I watched the trampoline clip from Connor's cyclothon, which was just like, of all of the clips, all of the cinematic, incredible moments from the cyclothon, that might have been the best one, of just them having an incredible moment of joy just on some random park out in Japan. And Connor going to, like, not even such a length, but just making sure that Mouse gets to be included in the things that they do is, I don't know, like it's inspiring, and it motivates me to do better. And I can't understand why people would attack it. I don't see that there's anything even remotely attackable about it. And I don't know, if people got angry about it or saw something that they could latch onto in a negative way, I think they need to have more introspection than I do. Because my God, it was just like the perfect moment. The unexamined life is not worth living. I think that's true. I agree. I think that is a realistic expectation. Like, even when things, I was thinking about this earlier, I think even if everything is going well, like even if you're in a good position and you don't feel like you have any problems going on, which I don't know that anybody right now is feeling that way, I feel like you should still be doing self-examination and preferably be seeing somebody about it. Like, I feel like we have this expectation that therapy is for people that have a problem, right? People that have something wrong that needs to get fixed, right? Like, back in February, I took my bike in to the shop to get its annual tune-up, not because anything was wrong, but just, let's just make sure everything's working as intended, right? If I realize not everybody does, but ideally you want to go to the doctor once or twice a year for a checkup, not because something's wrong, but just let's make sure everything's working as intended. I feel like we don't treat the mind in the same way, right? I think it makes sense that even if you're in a good place, if you're feeling okay, it's still a good idea to check in with someone periodically and be like, hey, how are things going? What you been up to? You know, anything been kind of, weighing on you a little bit? Any stressors? Maybe something might be starting to creep in and you can sort of head it off before it becomes a problem. Like medicine. So I don't know. I don't even know where to start with all of it. It's I mean, for one, I definitely need to talk to somebody. That has been on my to-do list, and that was one of the things, because I started making appointments with doctors more last year, and I started doing, sort of handling things that had been issues in the past. And it's like, okay, so I got through a good number of them. I got a number of the more pressing concerns down. Now this year, still got a few doctors to check in with, so let's go do that. Except now I'm not gonna have my health care, and so I need to figure out who is going to be able to work with that. So yay. And as much as I appreciate you, chat, you are not my therapist. I don't pay you to be my therapist, and I might rant and ramble, but it is also not your obligation or qualification to do that, So I don't know. I need to figure out something there. But yeah, last night was just a lot of that, a lot of thinking about what I'm doing and what my expectations, and how does that make you feel? Laksa. And that was one of the more frustrating things, is I feel like there's stuff that I am not happy with, but I don't know what I want to do to change those things. I don't want to say fix, because again, fix makes it feel too mechanical, right? It's not just a problem to solve and it's done. It's a question of like, how much do I feel like there needs to be a recalibration or an adjustment, or recalibration makes it sound even more mechanical, but like, how much do I want to make changes to the way that I guess conduct myself? How much am I comfortable with? There was a really silly thing that someone said in the Discord the other day of, my grandma used to say you have to crash out before you can crash in, and I don't think any grandma talks like that, but I think there's truth to it. A lot of people will put up with an incredible amount of stress and pain and discomfort in whatever the situation is, until they reach a point where it is intolerable. And then they will do something about it. And I guess I'm not at the intolerable point yet, because I keep on keeping on. It's good to know where the line is, and maintaining a sense of self is important. It is. And I'm not sure I know what my sense of self is. I guess I don't know how I would define that. one of the things I was thinking about, not necessarily related to this, but so often we define ourselves by what we do, right? Like, I think it was a Trevor Noah bit, but you go to a social gathering, you go to a party, you introduce yourself, and you say, "Tell me something about yourself," and most people will start with what they do as a job, because that is like the main defining point, right? To the point that you will ask children, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Not things like, what makes you happy? What do you enjoy doing? Like, what do you want to do as a job? And it's like, yeah, no wonder they say like astronaut and firefighter, because it's like those things are cool. And they're 7 and they haven't thought about lifelong careers yet. And I don't know, like I don't think it. I guess I was thinking a lot about like, what am I doing and what am I doing for other people, right? Because you see people like Connor who are able to do these incredible things to help other people, not just for the people that he directly cares about, but then extrapolate that out to help who knows how many people and motivate other people to be helpful. You have people like Josh who are incredibly patient, right? Who will, get these hot takes and sound bites in his chat and just, not. I feel like there are absolutely people that would get those people in their chat and just time them out or ban them, because it's like, no, you're not getting it, and you're trying to jump into the conversation in a really snarky way, and I'm not going to put up with it and just get rid of them. But you can tell that Josh is a teacher, because his patience and his ability to like sit that person down and go, "No, let's actually go through this in a considered and reasonable and logical way," is a saintly level of presence, like Zen master level. And I don't know, I look at people like that and I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing that helps? What am I doing that, I don't know, pushes myself to be better, pushes myself out of my comfort zone, sort of does more than the minimum? I always assume children pick those things because they feel larger than life. As people rush into danger and make things better, it's very easy to imagine child idolizing them like heroes. I think that's absolutely true. I can definitely see, someone, a kid looking at those people and going, wow. And, well, I would say, and then you have construction workers, but even construction workers are like working on, especially from, a kid's perspective, these huge projects, right? They're throwing around these massive machines and putting up buildings and making bridges, and it's like, yeah, that's awesome. I think a lot of times we sort of joke of like, yeah, they get to have big toys and play in the dirt like children like to, but I think you're kind of right that like, the ability to seemingly just roll up this huge structure from nothing is awesome. And you look at how many kids like to play Minecraft, and then you make the comparisons like, oh yeah, Yeah, okay. That's a good point. So, I don't know. I I feel like I want to do more. I don't know how. I don't know what it like if push actually came to shove, what I would actually just know how to do or be motivated to do it as opposed to just sort of carrying on as I do and doing the things that I do. Because I know that, doing these streams and making the art that I do, you know, makes people happy. And I appreciate that. But I don't know. I sometimes feel like I could be doing more. I don't know. So yeah, that was my night. And then I think I just woke. I don't know. Maybe I didn't get a lot of sleep, or maybe I was processing it even after I had gone to sleep, and I just woke up. I was just like, so it has been a very, it's been a very low energy day, very sort of not morose, but just kind of like a little zombified, I guess. And I was thinking about that because one of the things that's come up a lot on cinema therapy is like sort of a similar problem of you have to want to do things, right? Like you can go talk to a therapist and just talk and talk and talk for session after session after session, but if you're not willing to do the work to make the changes, then all you're doing is talking about it, right? So win $1 billion in the lottery, so you can have mind despair, do all you want, and help people. Oh, Tech, you're so smart. Happy Choomsday as well. Welcome in. It's good to have you with us. You don't get to see the faces of the people you make happy. That's true. That is true. It is an interesting dilemma of the internet. I think that's for multiple reasons, right? You see, God, social media is such a freaking cancer of the mind because you see people that will post something and get 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 likes, and then you post your thing and you get maybe a dozen, and you're like, oh, I wanted that 10,000. But then you think about like 10 people, right? Like visualize 10 people in a room together, right? And like the thing that you did made them happy, right? Or even 100 people. Like that in a physical space with physical people is a lot, But when it's just a number on a screen, it doesn't feel the same. It feels less than it actually is. Good to look in the mirror, but it's also good to remember that while you may not have the answers, doesn't mean you have to be upset yourself that you don't have them. I think you're right. Yeah, it is not a thing that but I want the answers now, damn it. I want to know what to do so I can do it. No, you're right. You're right. And I'm just I don't know. I don't know. Like, I knew I was going to bring this up, and I knew that I wasn't going to have any better of a sense of what I was even trying to think in the process of thinking about it, but it's just like, I could do that, or I could pretend that nothing's wrong and we could just talk about silly shit all night. But I don't know. It's not fair to you guys. It's not fair to me, you know? I think part of what is interesting about streaming is being more open, you know, not in a parasocial way or not in a self-compromising way, but just admitting that we're not characters, right? We are people. That's right. The weird rock person on the internet is not just a character. There's a person. There's a person involved. The names that you see on the internet are actual people. I do wish we had a better sense of that. I disagree for a number of reasons with a lot of the identification legislation that is trying to get through and all the shit that Discord is trying to pull. I don't like it, but I do feel like it's like many things, it's double-edged, right? You have the difficulty of just having disassociated names and faces on the internet that aren't, like, it's easy to forget that those are people. Whereas ourselves as criticism, it's good to take that second, breathe, and be okay forgiving ourselves. Yes. Yes. That is absolutely true. For you, not for me. I deserve it. I don't know. I don't know. You're right. You're right. I think a lot of times I just feel like I need to hold myself to an account, but I don't see the unfair. The thing that I recognize as unfair to myself is that I'm trying to hold myself to account, but I never specify what the account is. So it's always just a bar that is up there somewhere. And it's like, well, I can do better. And I can do better. And I should be doing better. It's like, okay, but what is better? What does better look like? I wonder if TVs and movies trains to assume that everyone we see on screen is an actor and not a person. I think it's one reason I like streaming, feels more personal. I do enough. I don't feel like I do though. So it's an interesting point standing, and I see. Here's the thing. Here's my thought on that. I don't think it's TV and movies. Like, I think most people are able to watch a movie and understand that Viggo Mortensen is not actually Aragorn, and that is not his personality, right? And Mark Hamill is not the Joker. And I don't know, Harrison Ford's a little bit Han Solo. They seem to kind of fit with each other pretty well. I think most people are unable to separate the fiction from the reality. The problem arises when the camera stops rolling and you get the pop culture rags, the paparazzi, the people recording what these people are doing in their day-to-day lives, right? And it starts like one of basically two things happen. Either you get people, I suppose it's not specifically two things, but the two sort of extreme cases are people sort of becoming self-destructive because they don't know how to handle being in the center of attention, being in the spotlight all the time, which, to be fair, I wouldn't know how to handle that either. Or they kind of just start to become the character all the time, right? Like their off-screen persona starts to sync up with their on-screen persona. And, you know, like, that's not fair to some people, especially the people that play villains. Oh, they don't deserve the hate that they get. But, you know, like, I don't know, Chris Evans played Captain America, and to me, Captain America is like, you know, whatever Cap says is right. You know, that is the moral north of the compass. And it's not fair to Chris to expect that everything that he's going to do is Captain America. Because he's not Steve Rogers, right? That is a character that he plays. But sometimes people do kind of get into that mindset of, well, this is how you really are, right? ADHD tangent and learn the origin of the soapboxing. Where did that come from? Was it just, why soapboxes? Yeah, good villains are when you're too good at your job and then people see you and you're like, you're that asshole. It's like, no, I'm not. I feel like if I played a villain in a movie or a TV show, like, they would cut and I would just be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, are you okay? I didn't mean it. I don't know. I don't know that the term dates back to the 1800s when soap was shipped in wooden boxes. Yeah, that makes sense. Speakers would stand on the overturned box to deliver impromptu speeches, often at locations like Hyde Park in London. Getting on soapboxes become a metaphor for publicly passionately expressing one's opinions. Okay, like, that makes sense. I get that part. But why soap? Like, why specifically soapboxes? Why not just any box? I mean, I suppose at this point, soapbox has a bit of a ring to it, and we're just kind of used to it, but why a soapbox and not like a shoe? I mean, I guess a shoebox is too small, but, you know, a fruit box or any other container. Was it the only right size? But I guess, but what if the person was very small? What if they need a larger box to stand on to be heard properly? What if they need to stand on a keg? I guess cake stand was already taken. But I don't know. English is weird. English is silly. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It might have been one of those things that, like, somebody happened to do it and then people sort of just started copying it. I don't imagine there was that much soap going around in London. don't know if you've seen 1800s London, but I would not call it the soap capital of the world. I don't think there were enough soap boxes for that to become like a regular thing that people were doing. They were very clean. They were not. The Thames in particular was like notoriously filthy. All right, sounds like Mage has more information. The boxes were just thrown away so people would take them because they were large and free. Okay, I guess that makes sense, because if you have like a crate full of soap, that's probably going to weigh more than like a crate of fruit. So the box would have to be sturdier and therefore better for standing on. I guess you would reuse a fruit crate. Yeah, I guess. I guess just because they were in like a readily disposed container. Sure. You know what? We'll take it. Until it started becoming a thing, and then you sell the soapbox once you're done with it, because someone's needs to be able to grandstand and, you know, get a shilling or two out of a nice recycled box. I'm sure that's what it was. Okay, interesting. See, chat, we learn things. We learn things here. Like to keep it educational, at least a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. It's just been kind of a low energy day. And just a lot of thinking, a lot of trudging through. I am honestly counting the weeks until this job is over. I'm kind of ready for it to be done. It's nice to have enough time to land everything gracefully, right? 2 weeks does not feel like enough time to end a job. I am glad to have more time than that, but it's also kind of weird to have just this whole period of knowing like it's coming to an end. I don't know how I feel about Google being like, in the age before cardboard. Should be a graduation. See, I don't feel like there's gonna do that. At best, some of us are gonna go out for drinks after. I'm thinking about like, what do I want to do the first day that the job is over, and honestly I might just head over to the city and wander around or something. Yeah, I don't know. Some of us might try and middle finger balloons. I would say, yeah, we could go egg the office building, but I don't think we have the office building anymore. I think we either like completely ended the lease or we're renting it out. So I don't think that would be a good idea. I don't know. The other thing that has come to mind is just sleep. Like the entire first day after the job is over, just sleep. Good bike ride. I'm thinking about that. And that's what I did on Friday. Is I went to pick up my bike and I just went for a ride afterwards. Yeah. I don't know. I am not worried about having nothing to do once I have my time back. There's so many things that I want to do, so many things that I could do, so many things I want to work on. And of course, at some point, I need to find, a new job. But right now, I'm tired. And right now, I just want to rest for a little bit. Good unconscious session. That's kind of the vibe. That's kind of my thing. I'm just like, what if we just take a day? What if we just take a day and say fuck it? And we'll check in tomorrow and see how things look there. And sort of reset, and we'll reconvene in a day, and we can get things going then. That sounds nice. I like that idea. Yeah, I don't know. I got a lot to think about, obviously. I was watching that Yahtzee video about sometimes it's okay to just quit. Yeah. And he was mostly talking about video games, right? Like, God, what game was I playing that I was just like, I was there just to play it because I can't remember. But I'm sure you have all had something that you were doing, like a recreational thing that you were doing habitually, right? To maintain a login bonus, or because there was upkeep that you had to do, something to that effect, right? You weren't necessarily enjoying it, but, you had been doing it for so long and maintaining it and upkeeping it that it felt like it would be a waste to stop doing it. And, his point was like, maybe just let it go. If you're not genuinely having fun, if you're doing it just out of obligation to something, then probably not worth holding on to at that point. Gotta play the game. Because it's the game. Exactly, T-Shell. Hello. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're having a good week. Welcome in. I still very clearly remember the night that I quit World of Warcraft. I had been raiding with a group in Ulduar, and we finished up the raid. I had gotten a new sword that had been on my list. I spent my DKP, I got the sword. I feel a little bit bad because I beat out another person to get the sword, and they were kind of salty about it. It was like, yeah, but it's my DKP and I wanted the sword. And I get back. I like to station out of Dalaran because it's a very pretty city, and I was a mage, and I was like, this is my city. And I just had this like epiphany moment that I was still playing WoW. All of my friends that I had been playing with had quit the game. I was raiding with a group of people that I didn't know and didn't particularly enjoy the company of. And I was logging in on a regular basis, doing my dailies, making my potions, everything, to get a pair of gloves. Gloves were the next thing on my to-do list, my raid loot list, so that I could slightly increase my damage output. And we had a like atomically better chance of beating the boss, the next raid boss. But like the only thing that I was playing the game for at that moment was the next loot. I was just like, I think I'm done. I think I'm done with this game. So I got on my Nether Drake and I took one last lap around Northrend, and then I landed back in Dalaran and I logged off and I never logged back on. And that was it. But, you know, the same thing happened in 14. Well, not the same thing, but, you know, the housing system in Final Fantasy 14, because Square Enix is stupid, there are a limited number of houses available in the game. There are not enough houses to go around for every player. So once you get a property, you build the house, and if it's a private house, you or a co-owner, if it's a company house, a member of the company has to enter the house at least once every 40 days. And once someone enters the house, the timer resets. If nobody enters the house for 40 days, the property gets reclaimed and put back on the market for another player to buy. And so I would take breaks from the game, and then I would get an email, you know, a month and change later saying, hey, I have, you know, we're going to reclaim your property if nobody enters the house within like the next 5 days. It's like, okay, break's over, buy a time card, log in, enter the house, maintain my claim on it, and then play the game for a while, get bored, stop playing, time card expires, rinse and repeat. So I was kind of actually paying taxes to, like, real world taxes to Square Enix to keep this house that I really liked, but I wasn't really making use of. And, you know, a while back, I stopped playing the game, and, you know, I got that email, and I had that, like, initial response of, oh shit, I gotta get a time card, and I just went, fuck it. I just let it go. And it was a nice house. I took a bunch of screenshots of it at one point so that I could remember it. I still remember it in my head very vividly, but I don't have that obligation anymore. And I am free. And, you know, Yahtzee being Yahtzee, ended the video off with a bit of a hyperbolic thing of like, what if you just, you know, took all of your belongings and your money and lit them on fire? You know, don't actually do it, but you might also feel a little relieved. Just like, now I don't have to deal with this. You know, there's the old George Carlin skit of, you have to get bigger and bigger places to live to hold all your stuff, right? Because when I moved to the area that I lived in now, I left a little bit of stuff with my family, but almost everything that I owned, everything that I wanted to have, fit in my car. I shoved everything into my car, and it fit with a little room to spare. And I drove for like 3 days. And there's no way that I could do that now. There is no way that I could take everything that I own and fit it into my car again. Because I have gotten more stuff in the 12 years since I did that. And, you know, you move into a bigger place, and so you have more room and you get more stuff. And so now you need a bigger place. And so you move into a bigger place and you get more stuff to fill out that space. And now you need a bigger place again. So you get a bigger place and then you fill it out with more stuff. And at some point, you just wonder where it all kind of spiraled out of control. So, yeah, you know, if you just kind of threw it all in a pit and set it on fire, you wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Just something to think about. I have too much to think about. Sometimes I just need to head empty. But right now, right this moment, we've got some art to do. We have... Where's my... Oh, excuse me. Alright, there's my reference stuff. And there's clip. I'm gonna shimmy on over here. There you go. And then an agility check to take... actually, unfortunately, Tishel, the throwing is broken right now, so I had to disable it. So no, there will be no agility checks tonight. But I appreciate the thought. So let's see. Or double checking. So because we're in space, there's not going to be a lot in the way of my usual sort of shadow tone work that I like to do. It's going to be very, very bleak, I guess. Very stark. Might have a little bit of blue bouncing off of the planet. That's about it. Explode TIE fighter in the top right corner. Yes! He's flying apart. I haven't added any of the visual effects in, so right now it's more kind of just like a Lego set that I've kind of popped in half, but yes. Where? Okay, yeah, this actually does make enough sense, I think. I was working on the model yesterday. I was sort of designing out the new outfit that's gonna go with it. And I don't know why, but footwear is a very, like, difficult subject for me to conceptualize. Like, find interesting things to do. I don't know, to me, shoes are just kind of shoes. You know, like, there's different types, but a boot is a boot and a sandal is a sandal, and trying to make those really interesting, I find difficult for some reason. Maybe it's just because I don't like feet very much. Anyway. So I went on old Pinterest. So I have used Pinterest for years for inspiration. You know, a lot of stuff sort of gets redirected through Pinterest, and you can use it to set up boards and, you know, find interesting little tidbits and things and ideas, and, you know, it's good for that. Man, there are few websites that have, oh, I forgot. Let me put the right music on. There are very few websites that have enshittified themselves as hard as Pinterest has. Even without the rampant, unapologetic inundation of AI bullshit, even if we disregarded that, which is a tall order, but let's pretend for just a minute. It used to be the case that, you know, I would go on there, I would see a cool concept or an illustration or a photo of something, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. And I would open it up, and there would be a link to where it came from. And I could go to the Instagram page or the Twitter page or whatever. And, you know, maybe I would find a new artist that I liked, or I would find, you know, additional works, better quality image, or, you know, just a better, like, way to archive it for my own purposes rather than just saving it to a Pinterest board. And then after a while, bookstores and news stores can be nice sources of inspo for art sometimes. I should definitely look at that. Yeah, especially used bookstores, you can find fascinating, just like, reference books and all kinds of interesting things. It's true. This is opportunities for adventure. Okay, I think I actually need to rework the Star Destroyer a little bit because the turbo lasers are farther back than I gave them credit for. They're gonna be like back here is the problem. But we might be able to pull this up a little bit more. We can always cheese it if we gotta. I'll check with that, what you're saying in a second, Tisha. I just want to finish my thought. So, after a while, it started becoming a problem that Pinterest, you know, would have something interesting. I'd be like, oh, cool, where is this from? Oh, it's sourced from a Google image search of a Pinterest page. So you're just kind of going around in circles now, regurgitating the same search results from one Pinterest page to another. So that's not super useful. And then they just kind of gave up, and now there's not even any like click-through options. If you want to find out where something came from, you have to download it and do a reverse image search on Google, because Pinterest makes no attempt of telling you where something came from. Which at this point doesn't even matter, because most of the website is AI. Most of the images that I was looking at for ideas, like one of them showed up and I was like, wait, this is AI. And then I went back through the ones that I had tabbed open. I'm like, all but one or two of these are AI images. So thankfully, I did discover Pinterest has options to turn off AI results, but you know, I imagine that would only be successful in as far as the results are accurately labeled as being AI generated or modified. And they're certainly not going to put in the work to check to see themselves. So I don't know, it's not looking good that Pinterest is going to be a website worth anything much longer. I mean, Tech warned me about this. I was like, I can still make use of it, and I was naive. How would Vader's first appearance have been different if he rolled up in a Y tie? Man, that is ugly. Built by replacing the standard engine package of a Y-wing with the radiator and ion engines of a TIE fighter. I mean, I can't imagine anywhere that would actually exist. I mean, you showed up in the Millennium Falcon, which was already enough to impress Leia. You're braver than I thought. Well, that doesn't look right, but we'll figure it out. There's a bunch of like random breakup in the paneling. It does kind of check out of like if you asked a chatbot to create a new starfighter and it just kind of smashed two together and said, I did it. I did the thing you asked. Did you? Hey, Gally. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. Just trying to get some of the I don't want to get too committal just because I feel like every time we do these, especially these, we end up doing so many revisions, it's not worth sketching out. I feel that. Well, hopefully it's on the good side of alright. Now, ships go right here. What Palpatine versus Yoda would think of AI? I think Palpatine would probably get a kick out of it. I think he would enjoy seeing people go psychotic over it. The Yoda would be disgusted because it's completely lifeless and drains the living soul out of everything that it touches. I'm gonna go ahead and close that Y-type tab because nobody needs to see that. Oh shoot. Oh. There we go. You can go now. Alright, and then you. I think the X-Wing's too short. Aren't you a little short to be an X-Wing? There we go. What is that? Oh, right, old sketch. Looks pretty good. You know, I had a terrible thought the other day. Terrible Star Wars thought. And this does not excuse anything. If anything, it kind of makes it worse. So in Return of the Jedi, you know, we see spoilers. We see Yoda die. Right? Luke goes back to complete his training, and Yoda says you're good. I don't have anything left to teach you, etc., etc. And, you know, Yoda's like, I'm old, and soon I will forever sleep. Yada yada yada. You guys have seen it. You know how the scene goes. And, you know, Luke says, you can't die. And Yoda kind of chuckles to himself and says, strong am I in the Force, but not that strong. Which implies that it can be done. it implies that there is a level of connection to the Force that would allow someone to circumvent death. So, unfortunately, jumping ahead to episode 9, we get to somehow Palpatine returned. Which is just... yes, the Porgs have figured out how to become greater than death. They have surpassed the impossible and become immortal beings. That's why Luke is living on that planet. No, but I hate that line. I hate that line for so many reasons. I'm not going to say it is the worst line in cinema, because I feel like that's a little hyperbolic. But it's really fucking dumb. Because all of the interesting things that could be explored in Palpatine's death and resurrection, everything about it could have just... like, that could have been a trilogy of movies on its own. And instead it gets hand-waved in under 10 seconds. And whatever was going to be there is just completely invalidated. Like, everything that, you know, led up to that moment doesn't matter. Everything that, you know, the characters in the previous movies struggled against doesn't matter, because somehow Palpatine's back. Yeah, frick the lore got mine. God damn it, that would have been such a cool trilogy. Like, okay, imagine like an Indiana Jones style treasure hunt, but like an inverse treasure hunt, that the First Order is this basically like semi-Sith cult that has tasked themselves with finding the means to resurrect Palpatine. And our plucky heroes have to figure out how to stop them. Like, it becomes a race across the galaxy to, like, uncover ancient Force lore and legends and potential techniques that the First Order are trying to use to resurrect Palpatine. Like, again, that could have been the entire story. Instead, we got, I don't know. Sith it back, baby. I don't know, it's so dumb. It's such a fucking waste. Okay. It's a fine start. It's not perfect, obviously, but it'll do. Alright, and then... Sir? No, that is the last layer. We're good. Alright, cool. So what do we need now? We need... we need to start blocking in some of these visual effects. So somehow I don't have any reference to the blaster fire. Oh wait, there's one, kinda. It'll do. That's the right tone of green, just gotta make it brighter. And then we're just gonna come in with sort of a so this is kind of an interesting thing, because compared to what we were doing on Laura's commission, right, that was a much more like material explosion that we were trying to get at. This is gonna be sort of going back in the direction of like poppy firework pyrotechnic explosion, because that's how Star Wars does their boom booms. Probably shouldn't have called them boom boom, but you know, you get my meaning. And then where are the TIE fighters? So we'll do kind of an explosion through there. Right, so this has got to be sort of trailing fire as it flies apart. Well, Sonic, welcome in. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're having a good one. There we go. That looks alright. Sort of trail it off like that. Nice. Nice. And then what do we need? Okay, I'm gonna paint this in as green for the moment, just so that I don't have to change my brush color. We'll fix it in a second. There we go. I'm gonna start give the Y-Wing something to do, you know, it's trying to provide some screen over the transport, but the TIE fighters are sort of going in after it anyway. We'll come back here. Or no, we can't. Yeah, let's just stick on this one. Let's go on. Trying to get it good. There we go. Brief animation pertaining to PAP's justification. Yeah, sure. Is this the one where he falls down the tunnel and then he just sits on the chair for 30 years? Maybe different. Alright. We'll check it out later. Thank you. I'm actually gonna angle this up just a little bit. Just because I think shooting it right along that equatorial line looks a little weird. There we go. How? These are not super big transports. I'm just thinking we should maybe make this a bit larger. There we go, that feels a bit better. Okay. I would rather just kind of get into it from here. And then we can start sort of figuring out if there's places that we need more fill in. But I think we have enough information to work off of. Okay, so where do I want to start? I want to start with the destroyer, because I think we have a lot more that we can do with this, and all of my references for this are shit. What am I doing? Need a high quality image. Well, source says, is it established what else the transports are carrying? I mean, I'm assuming it's just people and supplies. They never, like, say specifically, but I think that's, you know, what they had at the base. Come on. There you go. Alright. I mean, that's an okay image. I want one more from the top. If I can get that. No? Okay. Let's see. It's from the side, it's from the front. Why is it so hard to find an image of a Star Destroyer from a top view? Google, come on, help me out here. Help a Choom out. Whatever, I'll figure it out from here. It's just all popcorn. I'm just incredibly disappointed because it was never warm enough on Hoth to make popcorn. Okay, so yeah, we've got sort of this little section right here. Sort of an elevated area where the turbo lasers are sitting. I mean, technically, there's never any point in the movie where they specify that there are Y-wings. It's just in one of the diagrams of the base included some Y-wings. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Y-wings are cool. It makes sense. The ship with a hit with the popcorn pop in the space of Star Wars. I don't think... I think the popcorn would probably vaporize before it had a chance to pop. Now here's a question. Because thermodynamics in space are weird, would it still... Like, if popcorn were exposed to the vacuum of space, would it pop? And technically you can have an explosion in space. It just wouldn't last very long because it would expend all of it, all the fuel that would be available, and there would be nothing to continue it. So you would have a brief explosion, and then it would fizzle out. Would say no. No popcorn popping? Disappointing. Truly an inhospitable dimension. But you know what they do have in space? Nutella. There we go. They did. There was a very bizarre moment where they're just going around, they're handling some stuff, and just a jar of Nutella floats by the camera unnoticed by the crew for like 15 seconds. I think someone caught it, but they just had a free floating jar of Nutella for a little while. If I had the shoulda bought Nutella stonks, because I'm sure they like went through the fucking roof after that moment. You know what's really sad? They got it. Hey! Damn you, right? I don't know, man. Marketing departments try too hard. There was that meme Mage posted a little bit ago of the person being like, how come they always land in the water and never on land? To which someone responded with the basic logic of how things react to water versus the ground. The really sad thing is that people do capsule landings on the ground too. Like, the Russian space program has done ground landings forever because they don't have giant bodies of water to land in. So they figured out how to do ground landings because that was the only option. So, I don't know, pay attention. It's a bunch of weird shapes and such. I'm not going to be too committal to anything right now since we're still doing a lot of lockout. Okay, yeah, so we've got the first step and then we got the main block, and then this has housing, additional housing like right here, which feeds back into the top block, topmost block back here. Okay, got it. Okay, and then I just want to take all this and sort of shimmy shuffle it up. So I started watching Witch Hat Atelier. I love that show. It's so pretty. It's so good. It is filling a Freeran shaped hole in my heart. It's just some really wholesome, pure fantasy, and I'm loving it. Also, it has a really cool magic system. Cool. Alright, that looks pretty good. It's a good start. And what I do want to do, we're going to come in and sort of bring up our third tone, right? Because right now we're effectively only working with two. It's a little bit limiting. Did I fuck this up? No. I mean, yes, but not as bad as... Okay, I see what's going on. Yeah, we've got this. We've got you. Good. You know, all this started because I wanted to figure out the positioning of the turbo lasers. Still haven't drawn them. Still completely, like, sidestep that entire part of it. Okay, good. What you guys want to do? A watch party on May 4th. It would be a Monday. I figure we could put on one of the movies, or I don't know, maybe Andor? Rogue One? Original trilogy? There we go, that's starting to come together. We got a weird disconnect thing going on here, but easy enough fix. Could be fun. I think it could be fun. I've been meaning to organize some sort of watch party. It seems like as good a reason as any to do one. It was on one of the community goals for the year. Nice. Alright. Yeah, the main thing that I'm missing from my references is I don't have a great shot of what the turbo lasers look like. But we can kind of fudge it. Used to try and watch them all in a single day became unrealistic after there were more than 9. Yeah, no. No, 9. I mean, let's be real. Let's be really real. They're not all worth watching habitually. Like, you could watch... Honestly, I feel like you could watch the original trilogy and Rogue One, and that would be, like, fantastic. Especially because Rogue One and A New Hope, like, roll right into each other. So there's a great, like, continuity to it. But I don't know. I'm a prequel hater, you know this. And I'm not sorry. Okay, so one thing I do want to do is let's bounce some of that blaster color in here, get a little extra surface detail. And then yeah, the sequel trilogy, what a mess. Oh yeah, no worries, Tech. I hope you get some very good rest. You should definitely sleep up. I hope you have very good dreams. I'll see you next time. Appreciate you coming by. Everyone say goodnight. There we go. There we go. Yeah, see something like that. You know what I would find very fascinating would be a story set in the early Star Wars universe, like on the cusp of the intergalactic civilization. I recognize that within the Star Wars canon there have been like multiple interstellar civilizations that have sort of come and gone. Like there's the old, I don't even remember what they're called, but like the really old one that used to rule like a substantial portion of the galaxy, and then they got wiped out by civil war or some shit. So like how far back are we talking? I don't know, but I think it would be very cool to have a version of Star Wars where space travel is not as ubiquitous as it is now. Like there was at the point that we see most of Star Wars, traveling between planets, traveling to other star systems is just kind of mundane for a lot of people. Not everyone. For some people, it's a pretty novel experience, but for most people, it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. You just get on a starship and you pay the toll and they just take you there, right? The idea of going faster than light and hopping to an entirely separate star system is just like going to the store for most people. And it would be interesting to see a version of the galaxy where, you know, navigating the space lanes and figuring out, you know, which routes are safe and which ones will, you know, pop you inside of a planet or get you eaten by a space worm is like still up in the air for most people. You know, here we go again. Yeah, the space whales, which may or may not have had something important to do with like early settlement to the galaxy. I'm gonna adjust this up just a little bit. Just a little bit. But like in Star Citizen, you know, there are no interstellar jump capabilities. If you want to go to another star system, it's all via wormholes. So, you know, there was definitely sort of a period of time where humanity was making its greatest effort to discover and colonize new systems, and that has waned over time. but there's always the possibility that a new wormhole is discovered. And that could just lead to an entirely new star system to be explored and cataloged and colonized. So, you know, I can only imagine in something like Star Wars was like, yeah, we can just we just have this engine that lets us go wherever, whenever. We just pick a direction and go, as long as, you know, we know that that direction is safe to travel in, because there might be a black hole in the way. You know, the unknown regions, sort of on the far side of the galaxy from where most of the canon takes place, is predominantly unknown because it's just populated with hazards. There's black holes and all kinds of weird shit in there. And so, you know, trying to like get in and navigate it is incredibly difficult. And most people just say it's not worth it. Just don't go. Just don't go. Kind of space gold rush. Essentially, yeah. Like if you get an early period of time where the hyperdrive is like just becoming predominantly available to much of the population, and people are able to get their hands on their own spaceships, yeah, essentially, like it would be, I guess, less of a gold rush and more of like a homesteading movement of, you know, you have the means to get out there, so get out there, find worlds, colonize them, stake your claim, become a legend of the stars. In Star Citizen, a big part of the problem was not the you know, once the ability to travel between stars became a thing, the big problem remained, yeah, but a lot of the planets are not readily habitable. We're finding a lot of planets, and some of them are candidates for terraforming, but terraforming is still very expensive and very complicated. So then you have to find somebody, you know, either the central government or private interests that are interested in terraforming, and that's a whole other problem. Whereas Star Wars has never really concerned itself that much with the habitability of planets. It's like, yeah, it's a lava planet, but it's got a breathable atmosphere. By rights, everyone who steps foot on it should instantly suffocate, but fuck it, it's a cool backdrop. And yeah, even later on, something like you're talking about, where some precious material gets found. Fire planet, snow planet, sound planet. Oh yeah, could you imagine the real estate prices on Naboo? Sheesh! Alright. Star Wars Story is coming along pretty well, but I want to get over here because this guy is looking like some kind of freaking baleen whale or some shit. Naboo is very pretty. Aside from Endor, I think Naboo is like the first time in Star Wars we see a nice planet. I mean, I guess there's Bespin, but Bespin's only nice because someone built a giant platform to stand on. Here, see, we're gonna grab some of this. Block in some of the crates on the far side. How does this work? Okay, yeah, this actually, like, encompasses it more than I'm giving it credit, so it goes out more, it goes out farther. Like that. And then this needs to come up a bit higher. Perspective on this thing is gonna be a pain in my butt. Bring out the far fin to some degree. There we go. That's looking a bit better. I think I made it a little bit too bulbous on top. So let's slim it down a hair. Father would have wanted you to have this, and it's just going to a cooler. Oh god, the frickin' beer ad insert. Oh, those are so good. They're so dumb. They're so good. I love them. Yeah, Palpatine's just sitting on his throne. He's like, "You want this?" and just holds up a beer. I can feel the thirst flowing through you. Yeah, I've been talking with my roommate about, I don't know, we talk about video games a lot. My roommate is a big fan of some of the early fights in Final Fantasy XIV. Alrighty, mage. I think is good. Get some good rest. And hopefully recover a little bit of that sleep debt. So we can play more Deadlock. Well, you get some very good rest, so I'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. This is good rest if you speak it. It's a mythological thing where if you acquire it, you'll feel energized and ready to face the day. I've never found it, but I heard it exists. So you know, if you guys ever do find out anything about it, let me know. So I'm very curious to try it. Sounds like bullshit. No, but a fairy told me about it. So it must be true. Fairies would never lie. You think a fairy would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? There we go. Alright, that's looking pretty good. And then you'll come out like that. I need to reshape this a little bit. Okay, yeah, that actually works. Good, yeah. Okay. And then we're just gonna Level out the underside a little bit. Okay, good. Good. I like that. That's looking alright. Get that little shape right there. And then we just need to sort of reflect it on the other side, right? Get the far paneling. And then, yeah, these engines are just way too big. Alrighty, T-Shell. Glad you like it. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Hope you get some very good rest. Hope you have a good midweek. We'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. And then you are gonna shrink down like that. Yeah, engines are just way too big right now. Even with the adjustments in the perspective to sort of balance it out better. We're gonna want to do something more like this. You. Right, let's check on the side there. That Y-wing looks so bad. Up close like this. We're gonna have to give it some love. Later. One thing at a time. Okay. Alright, Yeah, that feels a bit better. And I think the engine cone is blue. Pretty sure it's blue. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much about all the little panel breakups and such, just because there's so many of them. This is such an interesting, strange ship design. Like, it's literally a ship block in the back with a control pod, and then just racks of boxes, and they sort of built a shell to protect the boxes. But like, you can tell how cobbled together these things are. Like, they're not built to look good. They're made to move as much stuff as possible. Okay. Good. It's definitely feeling a little better. Good. Alright. I think just for the sake of sort of keeping everything leveling up at a similar rate to each other, let's shift gears a little bit and let's work on our hero X-Wing up front here. Let's see if I can find an angle that's gonna give me some good reference. Let's see, I have that one. Okay, that's not bad. That's a Lego model. That's not gonna help. There we go. That's like the shot from the movie. Perfect. No, that's not what I asked you for. There you go. Alright, so yeah, we're just gonna have a bunch of paneling breakup. We kind of have to come in here. Yeah, didn't do the greatest job actually of sort of setting up the depth on here. That's okay. That's what this pass is for. Oh, interesting. The drums do actually extend out beyond the edge of the wing. I didn't know that. Yeah, perspective is fucked up. Hang on. Get some correction in here. Yeah, the nose doesn't actually continue all the way to the back of the body. It kind of hits this and then bounces down before forming the underbelly. There we go. I'm realizing this angle is giving me a little bit more look into the mechanics of the S-foils than I would really like to have to figure out. Like, you can actually see into the bay where the wings extend from. It's like, oh no. Okay, and then yeah, we can sort of see the inside. Just raise this up a bit higher. Sort of pop that up like so. There we go. We come in here, block this out a little bit more thoroughly. This engine looks so derpy. Who am I kidding? All the engines look derpy. That's okay. It's okay. We'll get it. We'll figure it out. It probably doesn't help that I'm trying to do all this perspective work by hand. If I had some actual guiding lines, that would definitely be preferable, but it's alright. You know, Star Wars is a very interesting series to me, if that wasn't already evident to you guys. But what I mean is, I feel like you have very good movies, and you have very bad movies. And if you try and put down what the good movies and the bad movies have in them, side by side. Like, with episode 8, people love to point at the Canto Bight sequence when Finn and Rose, you know, go to the casino planet. And everyone's like, oh, that whole sequence is so dumb. They should have just cut it from the movie. It shouldn't be there. It doesn't add anything. There are reasons that it doesn't work as well, but Return of the Jedi spends like a third of its runtime with our heroes fighting a crime boss. Like the final showdown against the Emperor is building in the background, but hang on, we need to have a filler episode in our movie. You know, there's arguably a payoff because they're rescuing Han, right? So it's paying off something that was set up in Empire Strikes Back, which is different because Canto Bight just sort of, by comparison, gets thrown in and then doesn't have a valuable payoff. So that, I think, is the big difference between the two. But, you know, the argument of, well, it's just a side adventure, so it shouldn't be there, is like, yeah, but Star Wars has always had side adventures. I mean, even in Empire Strikes Back, where they go into the asteroid field to escape the Empire, and then hide in the cave, which turns out is the belly of a giant space worm. And so they flee the space worm and are immediately picked up by the Empire again. All right, 1 second. I'm grabbing myself a little treat. I think I could use one. What's our little treat tonight going to be? Mini chocolate, yes. Excellent. So, you know, what was the point of fleeing through the asteroid field and hiding inside the space worm? Nothing. They immediately got picked up again and had to run to Bespin. But, you know, it was a fun sequence and offered some opportunities for, you know, character development, building the relationship between Han and Leia. Like, it was a well utilized extra scene, but it was an extra scene that could have been, you know, cut and positioned in something else that progressed the plot better. So I don't think that's a good argument. I don't think that's a good faith argument of, oh, it's just a filler. It's like, yeah, that's Star Wars. I think the only Star Wars that didn't have any filler was A New Hope, because they had no time and budget and had to cut all the filler out. They definitely would have otherwise. Given the opportunity. OSP had a really good episode about filler. I won't try to reiterate it because I think Red did a much better job conveying the ideas than I could with, you know, my recollection of it. But definitely go check it out. So I think she makes a valid argument for why filler is not inherently a bad thing. It's all a matter of how it's utilized. Sometimes you do need the plot to slow down a bit. Sometimes you just gotta have, you know, moments for characters to do stuff, or the audience to recuperate if, you know, you've been going at a breakneck speed for a while. And also, not for nothing, I think there is a value to letting stuff sort of pace out. Like, if it's just major event after major event, it kind of feels like things are often, you know, sort of progressing too quickly. And, like, it wouldn't be that fast in real life, you know, or something approximating real life. Depends on the story, of course. You know, Lord of the Rings, I think at the end of Return of the King, Frodo says it was like 14 months after setting out from Rivendell, the hobbits are back in the Shire. So it's like the entire sequence of events that they went through took place over approximately a year. Which, I don't know, I think that's a reasonable amount of time. But they did walk a long way. And then they went back. Admittedly, probably not as slowly. The return journey was probably a little bit more expedient. I wonder if they used the eagles. Probably not. No, I think they just used ponies. Yeah, they were riding horses when they came back to the Shire. Alright, that is coming along well. The engines still need help, but we're getting there. There we go. Okay. It's almost there. It's almost kinda sorta working. If anyone is ever wondering why it's like you gotta learn to just draw cylinders in perspective before you can start drawing, you know, anatomy and more complex stuff, this is why. Because it does come back around eventually. It might be boring, it might be tedious. They are the vegetables, but you gotta eat them. So you can grow up big and strong and draw sexy people. Or sexy machines. I'm not gonna judge. Okay, so the outer shell of the drum is actually a bit wider round than the inner shell. This is divided into two sections. So this part's a little bit thinner. Like so. Man, I want to watch Andor again. What a good frickin' show. There's a couple of things in it that they kind of like set up and never really explain. A lot of it is right at the start of the show. There's just kind of like, yeah, this is here. And it's there to sort of get things in motion, but then kind of never fully pays off. And it's like, oh, okay. It's like my one gripe about it is that one plot point, because like, well, okay. But everything else is just so well executed, and it's so good that you're just kind of like, eh, yeah, whatever, that happened. I'm willing to forgive it. Okay, I'm realizing... Okay, how do we deal with this? I think we just have to bring this coupling piece up higher to meet up with the drum, because what these actually do is there's sort of a triangular piece that thickens the wing. But see, it only gets up to like here. So I need to do something to like bring the drum down to meet it. I guess we just scale it in? No, but I like the size. They are a little big. They shouldn't be as big as the body of the X-Wing, which they are getting close. Excuse me. So we could do like that. Good. Alright, and then I'm gonna bring this over here. Just because I don't really like how that drum is looking right now. I think it's going to be easier to just bring a successful version over. There we go. Alright, getting there. So yeah, the actual drum like sits on top of the wing. So you wouldn't have this bit. Alright. That's looking pretty good. Especially from a distance, I think it's really starting to dial in. There's still a lot to clean up and refine the shapes of, but is definitely getting into a space that is making more sense. That said, I think we can drag this out a little bit away from the body. And just give the fuselage a little more room to breathe. Something like that. And then, there we go. Actually, this needs to go on the top side of the body, so it's gonna go more like this. A little bit up there. And get rid of a lot of that. Or paint it like so. Good. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, this is just kind of an awkward angle of like, how do these actually connect into the body? It's not super well explained. I guess you can do something like that, and then maybe a little bit of shade where the drum is casting a shadow. There we go. Yeah, that's getting there. I do love the amount of detail that goes into these. Like, there really is a sense that it is a machine and not just a motor. I think it's a good example that you don't need to necessarily have everything like perfectly plotted out and be like, oh yeah, this does this and this does this and this goes over here for this function. It's like, no, it gives the right vibe, the right believability that it works the way that it needs to. And then the imagination sort of fills the rest of it in. Let's actually move this up a little bit. like that. And then I'm gonna do something really annoying and stupid because I want to slim the nose down a little bit. Right, it's a little bit like rounded and chunky there. So that basically just means kind of coming in here and filling this out a teeny bit more. Alright, that's pretty good. We can just slim it down like so. Alright, that works. Alright, it's getting there. It's definitely not at the point where I really want it to be, where it starts to get more of that, like, believable lighting and everything, but I think we're doing a good job of sort of nailing in the predominant details, right? Okay, and then this mechanism is a little bit more seated on this side. We can sort of give it like this guy right here. Just like that. Fill this in like so. Good. Standing. Are you there? I had a thought about something you were telling me the other day. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. What is this here in the soundtrack? That's weird. I've been playing a lot of Star Citizen. I played on Friday, and then I kind of took a break from it. I think just because I played so much on Friday. I have other stuff that I wanted to play, other stuff I wanted to work on. Star Citizen is a demanding enough title that if I have that open, I can get by with having Clip Studio open as well, but I really can't do anything else just because it kind of wants most of what my computer can offer. So I'm either playing Star Citizen or I'm doing other things. it's in an interesting spot. There's a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot, but I think there's some trepidation about some of the upcoming stuff because it looks really cool. You know, they're adding what is essentially like a raid. You know, it's sort of a combined arms mission that's going to take, you know, a sort of coordinated group of people. The recommended group is a minimum of like 7 ships of different sizes. Essentially, you have to assault an asteroid base and sort of work through its layers of defense before you can get inside the base and you know, attack the people on the inside. You know, they're sort of increasing layers of difficulty and reinforcements that show up. It looks really cool, you know, what they were sort of showing off as a trailer for it. And I think there's a lot of excitement, but there's also some frustration and concern because the game doesn't have a proper social tool set. You know, the ability to like put up group finders in game and put together, you know, groups and assign friends and coordinate who's going to do what is largely handled through the website. Like they sort of introduced Spectrum initially as a web app with the intention that it would sort of get rolled into the game later on, and it just never has been. I don't know if that was technical limitations or, you know, priorities being focused elsewhere, but you know, there's more and more concern now of we have this mission that you want us to be able to do and form groups for, and we don't have a good way to do that in game. So how are we supposed to, you know, fully utilize it? And they had a post that they put on Spectrum this week of like, hey, you know, email us a bio basically of your organization, of your guild, and we'll, you know, pick some good ones and highlight them for the community to, you know, try and sort of get the word out and help people find groups to play with. And it's like, guys, you should have this in game by now. You should not be making the community send in essentially classified ads or recruitment ads in place of you just having proper social tools. Like this is I believe Space Tomato called it embarrassing, but it is genuinely very sad. It's like, this is the state of the toolkit. There is no toolkit. You know, I, for a long time, sort of had the mindset of, well, we have Discord, right? Discord is sort of the go-to social app. It is the one that everyone uses, everyone knows, everyone likes. And, you know, you can set up a lot of what you need to do and, you know, run apps and such through it. So, you know, that's seems like a good solution to a lot of the problems. Except then, you know, we had all of the identification shit drama from the start of the year, which, you know, I think was a really important indication that, you know, if you are a game developer, you cannot and should not rely on a third party to provide your social tools. You know, I kept seeing people calling for improvements to the VoIP system, voice over IP. I'm like, but we have Discord. Why do we need an in-game option for that when we have Discord? And now I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's why. Because Discord might just shit the bed and disappear one day, and then your game has nothing to pick up the slack. So you really need to be self-reliant. Also, as my roommate pointed out, you don't necessarily want to have, like, you know, a Minecraft server, let's just say, where to, you know, get the full utilization of the social aspect and be able to communicate with everybody, you need to join a private Discord with moderation rules that you don't know. Or as my roommate put it, you know, we're doing a raid group and we need to coordinate, so, you know, let's use voice chat. Get on our Discord. Wait, you're how old? Uh-oh. So yeah, need social tools. On what I would consider to be a bit of an upside, I'll go ahead and call it an upside. I still haven't done that much with the crafting system. Some people have definitely like put a lot more effort into gathering the materials and doing all the stuff necessary for it. I'm not sure how I quite feel about it. I'm definitely still a little frustrated by some of the materials feeling just impossible to acquire on my own, which sucks, for sure. But, you know, some of the gear that I've wanted to get, I have still been able to, even though I haven't been able to harvest the materials, because you can dismantle other items and get materials and then use that to craft the stuff that you do want. So like I was able to dismantle some modified Artemex armor that I got off of looting brigands and criminals, break it down into its core components because, you know, underneath the tacky paint jobs it's the same armor, and then use the materials that they dismantled to craft the clean version that I did want. So that was nice. The downside of sorts is that the materials from the dismantled gear are of an average quality. So if you want the good shit, if you want to be able to craft a high quality version of the armor, you still have to go out and gather it right now. So that part feels still unattainable without, you know, going to, in my opinion, somewhat extreme lengths. And I think it's an interesting issue, I guess I'll call it. Because on one hand, you know, they had a Q&A session recently and essentially just sort of straight up said, you know, it is not our intention for everybody to be running around with high quality gear, right? If everyone has max tier gear, then nobody does, right? That just becomes the baseline. And then you either have to introduce higher quality, super quality gear, and now you're dealing with power creep, or, you know, everyone that can't get their hands on high quality gear is just fucked. So, you know, it becomes... I agree. I think it should be a thing of rarity, a thing of value. And, you know, you get into that thing that they love to keep talking about, the risk versus reward. That if you have a, you know, let's say your organization has an Idris, and you have put in the effort, you have crafted high quality components for the Idris, you know, so it has stronger shields and stronger guns and a better sensor suite and, you know, all the bells and whistles. It is the biggest, baddest bitch this side of the system. You know, good job. But then you have to be a little bit careful, right? Because if you take your big bad Idris out and you deploy it into a fight that you do not, you know, adequately prepare for, you get caught out and outnumbered and destroyed. If that big ol' Idris, you know, gets swarmed by bombers and sunk, you know, there will be ways to recover it. There will be like insurance systems and such, but that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. You know, not to mention the period of time where it's just going to be out of action because it has to be recovered using the insurance policy. And then, you know, if you fuck up, like, you probably wouldn't fuck up on a high profile case like that, but maybe you have a nice suit of armor that you didn't take out an insurance policy on, and then you get killed. Well, now it's gone. Right? So there'll be things that you have to be careful of and considerate of, that you don't, you know, do something reckless and lose your high quality stuff. And, you know, there might be a lot of situations like, well, I don't need that, right? I don't need the extra fancy toy. I can just use my stock gear for this one. It's not that important. I'd rather not risk it. So I don't know, like, on one hand, I get that in the long term. I think in the immediate term, it's frustrating just because, like, hey, here's this new system. We want you to test it and provide feedback and everything. And my feedback is I can't use the system because a lot of the materials, or, you know, a good number of the materials, are effectively unattainable as a solo player, and I don't have a way to reliably source them from other people because there's no social tools. That's looking pretty good. I like where this is going. Okay. We got about an hour or so left, a little less. I want to take a little bit of time because this Y-Wing's making me cry. I want to make sure it gets a little bit of love before we wrap up for the night. Maybe we can jump over to the TIE Fighter as well. Obviously, it's not going to have as much on it as our Hero X-Wing does. But we'll do a little bit. We can at least start like cleaning up some of the shapes and everything. Adding some of the paintwork in. There we go. Should be able to get some kind of reading on the shield up or down. Why would they be jamming us if they don't know we're coming? God, such a good fucking fight scene. There we go. That's looking better. Alright, now for this poor fuck-ass body. Looks like a badly wrapped burrito. Somebody help this poor child. This sad Victorian Y-Wing. Yeah, I'm sure somebody can sound off and be like, actually, in the expanded lore, there was like this event or whatever. I'm pretty sure, like, at least as far as the movies portray it, it seems like the Battle of Endor was like the first major, I'll go ahead and call it naval engagement that the rebellion took since Scarif. Like, they did a Hail Mary at Scarif to get the plans, and then effectively just didn't have the naval capability to mount a serious fleet action against the Empire until Endor. Yeah, there might have been something in the books at some point, books, comics, etc., of like, oh, well, actually, you know, there was this engagement and this fight happened. It's like, okay, fine. But like, Scarif was something that they didn't want to do, and they kind of got forced into doing it. I say forced, but Raditz was like, fuck yeah, let's go. This arm is too thick. We're gonna thin it down a little bit. I think we'll do like that. And then, more importantly, we need to come around on the side here. And to be fair, I think the rebellion was right to avoid direct naval confrontations with the Empire, because that's what the Empire built their navy for. Right? Like, they inherited a navy from the Clone Wars and then sort of repurposed it to project overwhelming strength so that anybody that tried to build a fleet against them would just get instantly annihilated. But, you know, the rebellion very quickly realizes, like, yeah, if we want to have any chance at this, we do not meet them where they want to fight. We need to go small, we need to go quick. And pretty much every time, like throughout the Rebels TV series, is like every time they tried to like stand toe to toe with the Empire, it went terribly. I think at some point they just realized, like, yeah, we're not going to win a direct fight, so we just need to not do that anymore. Getting there. Okay, and then yeah, it's a cross shape. So the pylons that support the engines are in the corners, but then the cap has a plus sign or a cross sign covering it like so. And a little ringlet in the middle there. like a crosshair. There you go. There we go. Alright, that looks better. Y-Wings have just an endless amount of greeble. They're completely naked. So I'm not going to try and get that in depth with it just because that would be absurd. But you can try and capture some of the key details, right? Get the sides of the neck here. Alright, that is looking better. Alright, that is actually looking more like a Y-Wing, which is cool. Actually starting to feel like the thing that is supposed to feel like, and not some sad McDonald's Happy Meal version. There we go. Improve the shape a little bit. Now, that said, just want to skew it a little bit. Just bring it out a little bit to help balance the length of the arms. I do love the subtle implication that the Ewoks ate the stormtroopers. Like, they were going to eat Luke and Han and Chewie before they stopped. I don't think anybody stopped them after the battle. I think the Ewoks ate people. I'm almost positive they did. Which is kind of fucked up. But I don't know. I guess from the Ewoks' perspective, it's all just like the people are just animals too. You can make like they're sapient, but Ewoks don't really have a lot of concept or philosophy about that. Stormtroopers are just like crabs. You have to get through the hard outer shell and crack them open. There you go. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I like that. I like the look of it. Okay, and then like the X-Wing for a bit more normal of a direction. good. Good. To find the shape out a little bit better, gotta get in. Gotta get some of that blue squadron. Get in there with that blue. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. That's our boys right there. Yeah, we got the blue. Block in like that. Got the long frame that goes towards the body. And what we do here, so that's 3. So let's make this guy 4. Rat, 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 rat. Go. Yeah, it's looking pretty good from a distance. Don't hide further, Luke. So, you have a twin sister. Your feelings have now betrayed her too. Obi-Wan was wise to hide her from me. Now his failure is complete. You will not turn to the dark side. Perhaps she will. Alright, we need a little bit of a yellow for some of the paneling in here. So it runs along top of the nose. Good. Alright, canopy is still looking a little off. Okay, that's a bit better. Alright, cool. Let's go and give the TIE Fighters some love now. Just try and bring... I know we haven't really done much with this Star Destroyer down here, but I figure one thing at a time. Or something. Also, this one isn't as important as, you know, obviously the one up front, so we will get to it in due course. What is this layer? Oh, that's the fire. Alright, where's my TIE Fighter reference? There you are. There we go. Good. I think I'll probably end up putting this entire side in shadow. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then just down here, we have a little bit extra. Yeah, I just realized there was kind of a flex that they did, ILM did, in Empire Strikes Back. That in the first movie, you know, they had this whole technology that they had to figure out to, you know, get the various ship models to move and give a good impression of, you know, dimensional flight by moving the camera around it. It was insanely complicated and took them a lot of takes, a lot of time to do each take, etc. But if you think back to the first movie, each shot of a ship that they were doing that technique with was in space, right? You had the Tantive 4 and the Star Destroyer in the opening sequence. And then you had the Millennium Falcon leaving Tatooine. And then you had the TIE Fighters chasing the Millennium Falcon. Then you had the Battle of Yavin, which they had the model of. You know, they had the model of the Death Star, but that was just sort of a backdrop. And they definitely had to figure out, okay, you know, we have this backdrop of the Death Star. We need to, you know, shoot the way that these ships move in a way that is going to be believable with that model as a backdrop. But then they had a move in The Empire Strikes Back, which was very clever now that I think about it. Let me see if I can find the clip. Yeah, here it is. First one on the returns. Right window. So this is a helicopter shot. Like, this is a real world shot that they went on location to shoot. And then they have the models they're doing the same thing with. But they have to line it up to what the helicopter has already recorded with a camera. Which, in my mind, is way harder to execute on. Like, it's one thing to have, they could, like, you know, shoot the model and then go, okay, the background doesn't line up with it. Let's reshoot the background of the Death Star. But this is like, no, we have the footage from the helicopter. We have to make it work. So I don't know. This feels like a bit of a flex of just like, yeah, we gotten kind of good at this. We know what we're doing. And like this shot of, you know, we have the characters on the ground, and then we can still have it like pan through in a way that looks believable. And sure, it's aged a little bit. You can see some of the rough edges, and I think actually like some of the later scenes in Hoth, or the, you know, in the battle, they had matte painters, right? So like that's on set. That's out in, where did they go? I want to say they went to like Norway. You know, we already watched this scene. Good scene though. Okay, yeah, cyan engines. I'm just waiting to skip it ahead a little bit. Yeah, we got all of our fellas out in the trench. I don't know why they thought trenches would work. Like, I would have seen that come and been like, we should go now. We should leave. We need to go. We need a new plan. So yeah, this was a combination of on-location shooting, matte painting, and miniatures for the ground. Yeah, so like, I think, yeah, that's on location. That's a matte painting, I think. Yeah, that's matte painting. But they combine it in a way that is so effective that it's really hard to tell where the seams are. God, I wish I could paint that well. So good. I am like, granted, they had a lot more money to work with on this one, but I'm amazed that this was a 3 year difference. Like, the level of technical understanding between the first and second movies is incredible. Oh, that guy's dead. That snow speeder just fucking eats it and no one notices. Anna. Very impressive execution. ILM knows their stuff, it turns out. I'm still at it? They sure are. I don't know. I know I've ranted about this before. I get so frustrated about the whole argument of like, oh, practical effects are so much better than CGI. CGI is bullshit. They're all tools. It is not that one tool is good and one tool is bad. It is how you utilize them. I think the where CGI is bad is when it is overused where a practical effect could be utilized, right? Like, everyone went super goo goo gaga that Mandalorian had a physical model of the Razor Crest that they would use for some of the shots. And it's a good looking model. But then they still composite it with layers and layers of CGI to get all of the nice lighting effects and, you know, flybys and whatever to make it feel richer. It's nice that there's a model at the core, but they don't stop there, right? And like, I think Blade Runner 2049 had physical models for many of their shots, but then composited in weather and lighting and all kinds of stuff to make it that much more. It's not one is inherently good and one is inherently bad. It is over reliance on CG because it's cheaper. And it turns out, when you go for the cheap option, you get the cheap result. That doesn't mean that it is... Like, you could make a movie entirely with practical effects, and you know what? It would probably not look good by modern standards, because there's stuff that is just hard to do. I remember history buffs. You guys remember the movie Dunkirk? It was a pretty good movie. Oh, cool and all, but history buffs really sort of took them to task over their over-reliance on practical effects, because the end result is, well, we don't want to like overpopulate the scene with CG extras, so we're only gonna have physical people on the beaches in all the overhead beach shots and everything, and the result is that the beaches look very empty for many scenes in the movie, when that was not the case. They were packed with thousands of soldiers trying to get off the coast of France and get back to England. So they just kind of fudged it. And it's like, you could have just put in some CG extras and really like filled the scene out better. But you were so gung-ho on forcing this look that we're doing it this way. I was reading there's a live-action Gundam movie in the works. I don't know how good an idea that is in general, but I wonder how they're gonna do it. That's very interesting. I could see it working. Gundam is indeed a very interesting series to try and make live action. I totally understand why someone thought it would be a good idea. The thing for me is that Gundam oscillates a lot in terms of its, we'll call it heft, shall we? Like, I think part of it is stylistic decision and part of it is technical limitation. But if you look at the original, like, Mobile Suit Gundam from, I want to say it was 1973? I'm going to say 73, am I right? Internet, am I right? '79. Damn, 6 years off. Why do I think it was 73? It wasn't 73. Anyway, if you look at the original one, like, the movements of the mobile suits are not quick, right? They're kind of slow and, jagged is the word that comes to mind, but there's a better word, like jankier, it's very mechanical, and it feels extremely heavy as a consequence, which is cool, right? That's cool. Like, oh yeah, this is a 50-foot, 60-foot mech that weighs an absurd amount of tonnage, and it's gonna move like one, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. But then, as the series goes on, and sort of the expectations of action increase and improve, and technical capabilities of animation improve, Gundams get much more action-packed. They're able to move faster and have more flashy attacks and everything. And I'm not gonna say that it's bad. I think both are fun, but I think they will need to answer the question of what style of mobile suit do we want to go for? Because frankly, I don't personally feel that the fast robot makes as much sense for a live action movie. I think it would benefit for it to go back to the MS roots and be slower and chunkier. I think that would look better. I think that would resonate better with a live action look and a live action audience. But that's like my opinion. They haven't put out a trailer or anything for it yet, have they? Because I'm definitely curious. Obvious, of course, it's, you know, going to be a Japanese production, but I'm curious if it's like cross-Pacific or if it's a completely Japan-produced movie. Haven't found one. Probably still too early. But we'll have to keep an eye out because it does sound interesting. I'll be very curious to see what they do with it. Netflix is paying for it.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Man, Netflix and their track record with anime, live action anime adaptations. Yeah, that's... You have raised my hopes and dashed them quite expertly, sir. Bravo! I mean, on one hand, I've heard the live action One Piece adaptation is not bad. It's actually kinda good. On the other hand, Death Note. So yeah, it's a spectrum. And who knows where this is gonna land. I think a lot of it ultimately comes down to the intention and the expectation, right? Or not expectation, but like, what are they doing with it? What do they want to do with it? They did a lot, unfortunately, and it was bad. It was bad. I tried to be a bit of a proponent for it, a bit of a defender back in the day. That was a bad take on my part. It was a bad movie. I tried to be like, oh, it's not that bad. It's that bad. It's that bad. So, I don't know. We'll keep an eye out. We'll see if any news surfaces about it. Maybe it'll be one of the okay ones. I'm not gonna, you know, hold out a ton of hope, but what I will say is I think that does sort of dash my hopes or thoughts that it might be something new, I guess. Because the Netflix adaptations have never really tried to do anything like really new or different from the source material. They really do just run the path of adapting the original to a live action audience. which, I don't know, I guess is fine in this case. I certainly would have liked to see something potentially unique, but I don't know. I guess it depends a lot on what they might have thought to do. I never shaded in this one TIE fighter back here. So that's an oopsie on my part. I guess we will really hit on that next time because we are about out of time for tonight. This stream went by super quick. I don't know how that happened. Guess we were just having a good time. I certainly was. I hope you guys were too. Alright, we need one more song to close this out. What's gonna be a good one? I know what'll be good. I will say all that I want to say about the prequels, and you can't stop me. But John Williams killed it. Alright. Well, unfortunately, I think that was where we are gonna have to call it for tonight. This is coming along super well, though. I am digging it. There's definitely a few areas, like this gun is still fighting with the Star Destroyer in the background a little bit. This Y-Wing is completely unloved. The Star Destroyer is looking completely unloved. So there's a few things that we're definitely gonna have to spend a little more time working on, for sure. But yeah, I think we're off to a really good start. So I think the plan. Here, let me get something on, put on the background. What can we do here? Here, we'll just put this on. Okay. So yeah, Thursday. Assuming everything goes okay, and I've got the brain power for it, we'll do some game dev time. Because we were working on the commission last week. I want to keep the momentum going on the game stuff. So we will definitely want to keep working on that. Depending on how this looks next Tuesday. A bold move, I know. Well, you know what they say. The line between bravery and foolishness. Is there even a line? Anyway. I guess it depends a lot on the results. Anyway. So yeah, depending on how this looks by the end of next Choomsday stream, we'll decide if we want to focus on this for that Thursday. But yeah, I think we're in a pretty good spot with the schedule and everything that we can work on game stuff this week. So yeah, I hope to see you all there. But thank you very much for hanging out tonight. I really need to just kind of, I don't know, not even vent, just ramble about stuff, I guess. And I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity and showing your support. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all of you. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. We're gonna say good night to the VOD squad, and we're gonna see who's around tonight that we might raid. Alrighty, there's my mouse.